They'll be able to see all the way to Stone here. As fine a resting place as any man could hope for. Reunited with those he loves at last. Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
This might take a while. Too slow.
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
As ready as I'll ever be.
What the hell happened here?
I dare not think. Stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Farmers are abandoning their fields and traders their roots. Most of what we have now comes from where we anyway.
Trouble with your gear, or... So, will it be? Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Whatever business you have here, see to it quickly, brother. We are expected. Drake's spies.
Some lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
This is it, Clive. Sid ran from Stone here to chase his dream. well.
Your journey ends here.
was the last of its kind. Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors. Muhammad! Too slow. Let's try.
more welcomes? Time to fight. Easy.
Have care.
Come on. Faster!
Safe.
Another of your friends, Ultima. If it's me you want, I'm right here. Too slow. Nice try. And don't come back.
The Dame actually cares about this town, unlike the Duke. He's only interested...
And what can I do for you? An excellent choice. You've a keen eye. Come back again.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now. Wasn't wearing his uniform.
Because he handed it in.
And from the pot came a terrible cry.
Despite my repeated advances, His Eminence has proven a difficult conquest. Fortunately, I am nothing.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
None worth mentioning.
Come on. You deserve a rest.
covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Looks like we've woken something up. Only one thing for it. Sweet dreams.
Still alive, are you? Go on, then. Is that all?
The stew's awfully thin these days.
So, what'll it be? And how am I meant to do that then? Anything else?
Whatever business you have here, see to it quickly, brother. We are expected. Drinks.
I suppose you've got quite the tale to tell. I'll let you get some.
Orcs? In Randalar?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Come again. I may have more for you.
How are you doing? Quick look. Always something.
dare not think. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I. The ether has claimed them all.
Let's see that we're not next.
That's a behemoth.
Who'd be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Stand back. Here it comes.
Well, what are we waiting for? Nice try.
back! I'll conjure a ward! Joshua!
Desperate times.
Clive, no!
Trust me. And your shield, remember?
I think this might be a job for Ifrit!
Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight together.
That wasn't too bad.
That was just the beginning.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there. Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
Through the castle, then.
I don't see any other way. Ultima's corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further.
Then we won't. Let's try.
So many.
Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
grow so big?
You don't want to know.
Farewell.
There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die? Jill!
She's not alone.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart. It will guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished...
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
But don't suppose there's out I can say to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you, Nan won't take kindly to losing her best customer. Especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the...
And we wouldn't want to anger all...
You mean, you'll buy some of... Let me show you me wares. There, out else you need? Righto, here you go. Thank you. Is there out else you need? Out else I can do for you? I can't make out and out like. Anything else I can make for you? Good luck, Clive.
If Sid were here today, I reckon
He'd be proud of us all. I couldn't have made it this far without you, Torgal.
Each parting brings the hope of reunion.
I missed you too.
There is still much I would learn of your tale. Once, until then, all who might come between me and such knowledge...
I do not envy them.
You see, Clive, we're not alone. If we are to win the day, we must all and ours.
We fought long and hard for this moment. Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp.
We need only endure this final trial, and we shall. Together.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together.
Aye.
It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
Welcome
Sons of fire.
No! No!
Come back.
What? Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you? This isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him, and we leave.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
What if it was magic that caused the blight? What of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
civilization, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies, and so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution, the illness having spread to every organ. There was but one escape from this fate. To start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his God awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his God's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource, and the land, she wept tears of black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. But we're one and the same. Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him?
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
to right your wrongs? If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever required you, Muthos, When the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell, none shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all! What?
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
My friends, my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore.
It's ours.
Bow down, offenders, hearts be stained. Such foul attaint may not be sublimed through gainstanding. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition. Infidels! fitting season shall we reap our harvest. Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before us. last. For countless generations have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try. So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I've yearned, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
Clive! None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
brother.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield.
Look.
Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
Damn it, Clive. Wake up.
That hurt.
Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little little you know of suffering. And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they?
Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill! Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon.
Thank you. I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help.
What do I owe the honor? So, will it be?
First the skies, then the crystal. What next? The advent of Great Gringa herself.
I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to it.
There's something about it. Like he's calling to me.
Still alive, Austin. Something tells me that I saw on the horizon is your doing. It's a long story. One that... Right. All in. Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canberra is in flames, and the Empire...
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must Yes. I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to. Does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
You be careful up there. If you happen to snag your britches on anything, be sure to bring them back to me. I'll get them patched up right away.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything. What is it this time, Torgal? Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Clive, my poor Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but...
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as...
From what little I saw.
I suppose I should have expected the... But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little... Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many, but in my estimation, there are two the realm's armies. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends... In short, if Storm does not stand together...
But how would one even begin to unite the...
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine, but I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more, and as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on...
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about... I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to approach... You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person...
That's the...
I'll leave for Randalar. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell how...
Excellent.
No.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... Would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Sid,
by all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found something else. Records from a Waluda prison.
How did she come by such?
Finding bearers always was her strong, and it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the...
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come up.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust, and while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to... I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to...
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the net.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison, Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. I gifted the thought of him held captive in the...
He must be very important.
He was.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls. Just beyond the port. We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I, Dora.
Sid, I was wondering if you could...
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could...
I don't mind, but...
Because he wants to be a... Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and... But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions... I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in...
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer. Vivian, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking...
Thank you, Clive, but tracking it down will not be...
Please. You have always granted me your... It's only right that I return the favor.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you... I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy... But perhaps it is best that you...
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive. But this book... It set me on the path to becoming who I am today.
How are you doing? Quick look.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
And what can I do for you? An excellent choice.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now. Wasn't wearing his uniform.
Your town needs you. I need you.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison, and put the town was left all but unguarded. So Philippe was compelled to form a citizens, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier.
Of course.
Thank you, Clive. Philippe told me he had men stationed.
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. I trust you'll forgive.
Absolutely.
Please.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his... Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed. He must be made to face the consequences.
And who would...
I would. Myself and several other like-minded. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from north.
Does that not seem a trifle?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and my father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire... He's always been like scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged, but he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common. We must fight him.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in North. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may...
False hope. But I see that your mind is made up. If you will extend me the same courtesy. I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. This is all about her and her
families.
I'm sorry, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plan, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together. The task of organizing the town watch has been taking up a great deal of Philippe's time of late.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate.
At your service.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here.
Oh, of course. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my...
To become a scout, yes. You are...
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who said...
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. It taught me what one man can do. And I've been training ever since, so that one day, I can be...
I'm sure he'd be... You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fight.
So... what?
You haven't even started. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. And bring it here.
And bring it here, right.
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook, you'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create all without being discovered and thrown into an
Ember. Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything.
It's know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
So you are content to abandon... Please, if If you're a true son of Northreach, you must fight to...
That's exactly what I am. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with...
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the... Fine. You're not the only... Thank you so much for your...
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some...
Oh, she did, right, as always. We've had some reports, you see.
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you can...
Right.
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them some...
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Clive! Are you all right?
I am. But it seems the report... I dispatched the few that I found.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other.
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we...
What? I'll do what I can to come. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new Empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge in the barracks.
I have served the Duke for many years, and I hope to do so for many more. But I cannot turn my back on these people.
If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
So many of them. Not for long.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun. Too slow. Nice try. Too slow. Nice try.
That's the way!
I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls at the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. I thank you both for answering.
You were right, and I was wrong. I had thought that the only way to that without a strong hand they would drift apart. To be born hither and but you, not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel.
Our purpose was ever the same. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld man.
As did you. His radiance said it himself. I forgot that.
I'm sorry too. I should never have taken things so I only wanted you to understand how I felt.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. I should have listened to you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship. I do not doubt that you came here with the best of it, but I believe the same could be said of us. We all want safety, security, prosperity. And we may yet achieve it. Will you join us in the... Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any... And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her.
Forgive me for saying so, milady. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. And that goes for you. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning.
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving.
Can we get you anything?
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help. Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this...
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? But I sense you would rather have died here. For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. I was Carla then. Courtesan, so sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my... Alas, those halcyon days were not. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard. The gentlest man. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking, and so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving. Half dreading, half praying that the next day would be on, until we found ourselves here. It was the veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, those that could be healed at least. My love was already too far.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after, but at least we were able to share a few moments of peace. It was the greatest gift I have ever... But the generosity of this town and her people, the men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, though I was still a stranger to them. And so I swore that I would always do the same, that I would return the kindness that Northreach, that I would repay my debt.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft... Never stop fighting, and I shan't. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme, all united in defense of this town. And what of you? Can we count on your support?
Always. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Got any more of those special elixirs?
I didn't expect... Where is Ember?
He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. He was nowhere to be seen.
I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with.
Eh? Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your...
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, as a...
But Sid...
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I...
Of course. We'll await your... Don't you leave my son...
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
The garrison said they'd take another 100
And how might I help the garrison today?
Looks like you've got a thirst.
But enough talk. How about
And there I was thinking you'd grown tired of me. For his part, Well? Why? Yes. And who knows? The last few years. Hope. Belief that we all matter. And should the skies grow even darker? Should you need anything?
Must we away? My decision is made. You said it yourself. He must be stopped.
He must.
I await your word.
Say what you will.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him up.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you clapped that there iron on him to keep him from doing...
What's wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a doubly hard in being a frost wolf. Torn away from his icons, Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone? You find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he was.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, lady.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10...
Your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
What do you think happened?
Sid, you
With what? You didn't take a part.
No. Well, yes.
It's Miss Mididol. Very strange.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there.
In the cloud.
That's what I said.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not long ago.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around... Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise.
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together?
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her?
You do that. She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
What should I write next?
A love story, perhaps? But with a happy ending, of course.
When you return, would you mind teaching the children another lesson?
They did so.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise...
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from...
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm. And that's with this... But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so... I'm gonna do something about... The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them, but not me. I've discovered how... Well, almost. First, I need to make a pro...
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, first I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Aldil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where...
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
They make an oil down at the docks in Aldil that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it from.
Has Mididol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly.
I will not let them leave. Sid.
Of course.
It is an honor to finally... My name is Herman. I've been with... I wish to be deployed to Ash.
No. The land... I will not send good men and women to risk that. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. I was raised in an orphan... Or rather, it was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn back. We were tortured until we feared no pain. And few ever survived long enough to become...
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. But they must be remembered. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured. Every name recorded. Sid.
You were a good friend, but the fact remains that Ash is simply...
Cid, please.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. I'll go to Bad Bach and find him.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Be the grace. Hidden enough.
All right.
May the mothers guide you.
All this time, my heart has wandered hither and thither in search of the perfect.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
All right, Cid. Come to buy us a...
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across...
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll... If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better.
I do. I don't know. Will any old adamant...
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Carava, near all bids up, but don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a...
I'll keep that in mind.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, Cid.
Welcome back.
Yes. Welcome back. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you, but from what I hear, things...
No. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of... But he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim.
Indeed it is. Thank you for your... The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck it. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more...
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, after all.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade. And any mind. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, and by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has... Wouldn't do to waste it now.
Fine.
I'll do whatever... I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, Or
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing.
Forgive me, Cid. This...
But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad... Remember that.
I will, Cid.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No, it's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted...
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on... I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new...
So?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now.
Is there anything I can do? All right, then.
A good luck charm, but not just...
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing.
Only the big day is fast approaching.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying...
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find...
You're a good friend, Clay.
Always one more job to do, isn't there, Clive?
Don't worry, my boy. Rutherford is in Randalar this very moment, singing your...
Ah, Clive, my boy.
Harpocrates. I've been charged with locating a book called...
And you seek a rare gem indeed, one whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivi.
Right as always, but she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would...
The executor?
Coveters of a clandestine organization committed to the collection and in one such text, being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of a tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become or so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even...
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why? Secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found...
By the hand of the executor.
But what drives them?
A fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in... You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give...
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife, but rather less so across the strait. I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare... Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. But, though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his... If you were... by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library.
Very well. I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit. Toggle. I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... You've already given me one. Back on the rear deck. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in... To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there. It's still here. After all these years. Lots smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. Get it, boy! I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home. Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
What are you looking for?
You've a discerning eye. May Gilbert smile upon you.
What brings you to the caravans today? When we fled our childhood home, I loved him. Did I tell you? That was what he wanted. No matter how hard it might be. The Dominion has fallen. The Crimson Caravans must set an example. It is our job to keep the hope alive. Farewell.
Do you see that too?
Papa?
What is it? Oh, please. Just make it stop.
scared.
Let's go.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want...
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrive.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the... But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the... It's a fucking Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see.
Before I agreed... I'd have you answer one... What do you stand?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further, but I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right. For so long, so many of us have been told when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to but in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. We will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn...
I'm flattered. And I have other problems. What we need is a skilled arbiter.
Is that so? And would he happen...
Of a different kind, but...
beggars can't. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this.
I shall.
My Lord Mark, your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his man.
And I will see that my associate joins you.
Very good.
Huh. An envoy. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can...
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Here to help me, Pat? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost...
You're really going to go through with this?
I am. But before I go, there is one...
If it's within my power to help you.
It's the children. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. A damn big... The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't... We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the town's... Well, what do you wait?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of... The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Nat. Tell them to prepare for a full...
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. You have to listen to me. They're coming.
How long do we have?
Why did
these Akashic arrive, do you think?
Outside.
There are no
Driving away
Akashic.
our customers.
He's just trying to scare us.
What do you want, Lord?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been... They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale...
Oh, do we? And who was...
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison. You may believe his lies, my lord.
But why would he lie about something like...
Some twisted attempt at... If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected a great honor for one he might well feel aggrieved at having been...
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident Lubor cannot be trusted, and...
You may not trust me. But for the sake... If there is any chance...
There isn't. You can be... Now, be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
What commotion is this, I ask myself? A sudden stampede of customers towards my humble...
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can... A bloody fool! Which means the town guard can't be counted, but I can. If there's anything I can do to help you, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you
Victor?
I couldn't abandon a friend. Lubor is in need at this very moment.
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far away!
Run!
Just go!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on!
Just go. Just go.
Lubor, wait. Someone's coming.
Go.
Come on!
Stop! You're hurting him! Ah! Ah! Oh. Oh. What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like he doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine.
Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hand, and the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would but consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves and tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life, as long as we survive, it doesn't matter what our riches can be regained.
And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any...
Very well. I shall...
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Out. Main host is most likely still there. And Dalimil will not be safe until it is a
little gardening.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we... Now it's simply a matter of...
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? Can't leave a single one alive. The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, sit.
Clive! What news?
It's done.
I knew you wouldn't let me.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back, and we need not fear the arrival of any more. Victory!
We bloody... Lubo, after all you have done for this town,
But we did. And for that, we only hope that you can forgive.
We need you, Lubo. So, if you would still like to be...
You do remember...
We do. But that is not... It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man...
I see. But I will only accept your proposal.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to... If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be... Unity is the key to defending Dalimil. And I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our... When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together.
Of course.
And second, you will accept that if the mistreatment of bearers, any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as they will not be judged by what they are.
As we failed to do, and came...
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return.
Condition accept. Well then. How fickle fate can... Not so long ago I had resigned myself to leave, and now... Here.
Lubo.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your... I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe.
I don't doubt that you will, and not just the children.
Can't have all your hard work going to...
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me.
Oh, well.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was attacked near some gutted hovel not far. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows?
We'll see.
The feller who claimed he was attacked didn't linger here long. Said he was gonna go back and capture it. Prove us all wrong.
A few rooms going spare now. The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest. They fought our enemies, lined our barricades, joined us in our patrols. Now they're gone.
Anything catch your eye? Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go. Thanks very much. There you go. Thanks very much. Much obliged. Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go. Thanks very much. Much obliged. Thanks very much. That all, is it?
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jars couldn't hurt me. I'm a son of Rosaria, after all.
The people of the rest may seem to be in high spirits. I give them a little wine, a little comfort. And the tears soon begin to flow. Don't keep your woes to yourself, soldier.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately I can hardly keep up. But what I do know is that there's more bad news than good. You can tell that just by looking at people's faces.
How do, Trap? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone.
I'm looking for a silver chop.
If that's the case, rumours are all... No one has seen a Word is, they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be...
You're probably right.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Colours too. Mostly
Looking for
green
shelter,
though.
are you? Come on inside, I'll introduce you to Martha.
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly. Isn't it pretty?
Whoever's idea it was to take those bearers away to Eastport has my thanks.
Who else would it have been but Martha? She always puts the good of the town first, that one.
Can I help you with summit?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocolate?
I deal in fruit, but if it's fancies you're after...
Was a silver chocobo?
Oh, yes. If you believe...
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Every few years someone comes along claiming they've sighted a silver bow, but the truth of the matter is...
All's well, my lord.
Ready, go?
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change. More tracks. The Chocobo was here. I don't hear anything. Well, I'll be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change them.
It was no trouble at all. Still, I appreciate it. Clive, how'd you get on?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals crack. Where in the hell
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool.
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look at...
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long. They'll find a new home. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run up. And now all that's left is to fix it to the...
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make it.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself.
Come on.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
I was just about to go in. Then I thought it might be better if we went first.
Tires, Clive. And no sooner have your wounds mended. While I may not have Gav's nose, that's what I'm worried about.
I do.
What I truly like but teach her medicine. Don't push yourself too hard, Clive.
Is there aught I might assist you with? His Grace and I. At first, it was my duty to him. My lord.
I am.
I do not doubt it.
Thank you, Yurte.
May you return safely. I prithee, do not risk yourself unduly.
Ah,
How are you feeling?
well... Is...
Wrong? No, nothing like that.
Go on. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the... Oh,
I don't know what... I thank you, my lord.
If there's anything you need,
I will.
Fancy a swift off.
I could be convinced. Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day, my mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over.
What with me being the runt of the litter, thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for...
I know. Mid's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough. Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide? It looks like we found him. I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype. Mid.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world.
Tell me, this is all.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten and a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Gear's that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight to.
Wait, the children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales...
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I'll keep working on the model. You go...
Sid!
She wasn't hiding. She's just busy working on her...
A new invention? Is it an airship?
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something... A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say...
Oh, the one you forgot.
We saved it, just in case.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then all the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds. Just...
That's
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your...
Thanks, Sid.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet? Well,
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe.
Will it work? He's perfect!
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right... Well, you just wait and... That should do her. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad'll, but it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that, and I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left.
I'm sure you do. What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot...
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Bill. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do...
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
All right, Clive.
Make a name for yourself.
You better bloody I'd do and all. Enjoy it while you can, Clive. Imagine that, eh? Till then, though. Be seeing you, Clive.
Welcome, welcome. Come again. Here, take a look at my wares. Anything else? A fine choice.
The bearer of the burning quill is within, my lord.
Your Grace, my lord.
Cyril.
Yes. If you would do us the honor, my...
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive
the day before we left for Phoenix.
What are these plans?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill. The complete emancipation of bearers is but your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university with the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins. Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would nor would he have entrusted his vision to those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent
It's a pity only they are still...
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Dutch, but one at least remains.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she, after all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Lord Marquis?
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught.
Was he surveying another fallen?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle, an ancient religion that worshipped Alt. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent teeming with orcs in it?
Fully cognizant of I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the third chair, a master of the art. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, for as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate.
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the... If aught ill befell him...
Right.
You are much to go then, with my hopes. And may the firebirds fly...
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we?
This is the Requietry, an archive where we of the Undying collect and collate our findings. Fragments of Ultima's...
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends. Why? Not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valestia. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
My lord. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal... Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude. for your service to her.
I merely did my duty. As it...
My lady, perhaps you could... What exactly is the gift?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke...
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, but with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed. You are grown men now, and while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his, I know that nothing would have pleased him.
Thank you.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much...
But do you know where we might find this?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than it is found in the bellies of elder griffin. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's...
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, your grace. In answer to your unspoken... In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield?
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Eyes peeled, Joshua. There it is. For House Rosfield. Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Thank the the griffin is slain now.
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame is... Thank you, my lord. Your father would be so...
Lady Goditha.
Thank you, Cyril. I will... If you would excuse me, I shall have... The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It's symbolized, and the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside, enemies who would thwart his vision. Only
if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield. As brothers in arms. Only then...
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the but this was more than just... It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the steadfast custodian of our...
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasure, even if the armbands were incomplete. She would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke of the deep love he had for both of you. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray. I tried to warn your father, but it was... When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armband...
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the griffin, thinking I might claim the hearts, and so my pursuit continued. Until Lord... He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father, and
as do I.
Thank you, my lord, for coming back to us.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied.
It is. And we...
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his...
I suppose it would be churlish. What do you say, Clive?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks.
Your father's helm is enshrined there since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it. For it too is, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lone...
Thank you, sir. Come on, Clive. Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
is just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
That's it for today. Like always, thank you for watching, and have a good day. Beaming face with smiling eyes.